Hello and welcome to the channel. My name is Ty, and today we are playing Sandustry, a game where you have to turn sand into gold. Yes, we're going to build an empire from sand. If you've played games like Factorio or Oxygen Not Included, then I think you'll enjoy this one. It's got some pretty solid automation. You've got to manage resources. All of the different resources behave differently and need to be treated differently. All with the purpose of basically finding out if this place is worth mining. You're just an explorator. You're here to prospect. And you start off with gold and you end off with some pretty outlandish or out of this world resources. From what I've played, I've been pretty fixated on it. It's got elements, like I said, from Oxygen Not Included, where you have to manage the transition of resources to other things, like water to steam, to power steam generators, things like that. But it's not as complicated, so if Oxygen Not Included was a bit too much for you, I think you might enjoy this. And it's got the aesthetics of Terraria, which is another game that I enjoyed immensely. Spent a lot of hours playing that game, and I hope that Sandustry will offer that experience. I've spent about 15 hours already getting to know the game, and it's very satisfying. So without further ado, let's jump in. If you enjoy this sort of content, make sure to hit the like button and subscribe as we get started here at Rostwake. We'll randomize the seed and generate ourselves a world. Hey Manty, how you going, mate? Welcome to my sand empire. Planet PX47, establishing link. Like I said, Terraria, Factorio, Oxygen Not Included, all those games, this is a more casual experience than those, but just as fulfilling in my opinion. Welcome, Prospector. I am Archon Pre, Orbital Overseer of Heliodyne Sand Survey Program. Positive Probe Telemetry has greenlit an on-site sand survey of PX47 to assess gold yield potential, extract the sand, and build an initial gold production factory. Our mission is confirmed. Archive data suggests an extinct high-tech civilization, but records are incomplete and unreliable. And this is where the Terraria bit comes in. There's exploring as you dig and dig and dig. It's only confirmed Remnant is a class-designated group of colossal entities roaming the dunes, unresponsive to all contact attempts. This is Flight Officer Zoe, your orbital operations support. I will guide you through the mission, but first things first. Drop pod is locked on trajectory and cleared for dispatch. Ready when you are. Starbound as well, I get that vibe from this game. Only we are just on this one planet. A short tutorial. Dig. Pretty easy. Dig down. You've got shovels for hands. Got an array of tools, heaps of different items that you can use to process and deal with the terrain. So one of the first things we have to do is collect sand. And then you need to drop it in water to make it wet sand. This uses up the water, so you have to make sure you have a source of water at all times. And then you take it out, give it a bit of a shake, and all the sediment falls out and you're left with the gold. Funnily enough, you will never ever do this again after the tutorial. You can if you want to, but who wants to process a planet full of gold manually? This sediment here is not water soluble, it floats, so you have to deal with that as well. And all the different resources that you come in contact with, like I said, they all behave differently. So it can become a tangled mess. If you're not ahead of the curve, you'll have all sorts of stuff contaminating. Here we go. So now we've got a bit of gold here. We'll open up the tech tree. We can spend our gold on upgrades, a shaker, which will mean we don't have to do the shaking ourselves anymore. Open the build menu. Build ourselves a shaking platform. And somewhere to catch all the gold. And then we just need to put it on here. And as it falls down, all the gold will be shaken loose. This does look like it's the same map I was on, despite regenerating the seed. The game is in early access, so there may only just be one map at the moment. Or perhaps below is generated randomly, I'm not sure. So we've done stuff the hard way. Let's research logistics, which gives us a convenient conveyor belt. And a launcher. So we want to build the launcher. That's the wrong way. No, it's not. It's right. And then we need another conveyor belt to get rid of all the tailings. You can move stuff about without having to rebuild it. Now we're going to have some problems here because dry sand is getting put up onto the mover. So we need to find another source of water, a more reliable source. And I can assure you, this residue will build up. I had a mountain of it. And then if you do it right, you will have a literal dragon's hoard of gold. Sensors show high psionic activity in the dune wakes of class Colossus entities, but levels remain within acceptable parameters. So if you try to go to the edge of the map, you'll come in contact with a giant eyeball monster and it won't let you go any further. So there is no danger unlike Terraria, or not that I have found. You just focused on the mining work. But you can find little creatures to help you out. I haven't played the demo. No. This is my first experience. I played a little while yesterday. Oh, I lied. I played a long while. That's what sort of game it is. That might be high enough. We want to build a fair distance away from all the terrain. Alright, let's see what we can unlock. The ability to hover. I basically never turned this off after activating it. So now I don't have to do it myself. So I won't demolish this, I'll keep this. But we're not going to use it for our processing of gold. What we need to do is start finding a nice deep hole. In my other playthrough there was a structure here, yeah, it's the same. And we can't go in there yet. Now we're looking for some pink mineral, which will let us upgrade our tools. And later on we unlock all these different ways to mine stuff, which drastically speeds up the process. My favorite is the rocket launcher. You can just make entire caverns in a matter of moments. High explosives are always the way. Now before you start pumping sand somewhere, you need to have the infrastructure. So I think I might go a bit higher. I felt a little bit too constrained in my other playthrough. I still want to make use of this actually, so we'll shorten this up. So the first thought is wet dirt comes up here, gets shaken, and then we want the gold collected underneath. There is a ruler you can use. Okay. This is our secondary gold collection. You get the digging drones I didn't find to be too useful because once I started using them I already had the rocket launcher and it was able to destroy nearly everything except ice. Okay, this I'm going to save for later, but I won't spoil it. Second playthrough is always better when you know what the hell's going on. My other factory is just spaghetti everywhere. So wet dirt comes up, shake the gold out, stored here. And we'll spend most of this as it comes in on research upgrades. Then the residue will come this way, drop down here. And then I guess I just want a giant mountain of residue for now. Okay, I think we're good to start off. Now we need to start the mine. So you go through phases where you're working on the factory as stuff comes in, then the product will run out because you haven't done any digging for 2 hours, and then you go back into the mines. So what I liked about the rocket launcher is I would just come in, blast the roof, everything would collapse down onto my conveyor belts, and then I go back to working on the factory. Some free water soaked up instantly. I don't know if it'll be the same as my other playthrough, but I think the cavern ends about here. So that'll be the first floor of our mine. In my other playthrough I made a massive mistake and accidentally flooded my mine, but it ended up being a happy accident because it meant I didn't have to worry about this particular process anymore. Everything was just coming up already soaked. So while that first load of sand heads off, we'll just keep digging. And that should be enough sand to satisfy that next objective. Shake some wet sand. If the wheels don't appear on your conveyor belt, it means there's something obstructing them. Either a product's there or a rock's there. When you get really deep in the mines, it can become annoying if you leave one little pixel of rock. It becomes very hard to navigate. You can fly through your own structures, but not through rock. first fully automated gold is on the conveyor right now. Eventually you'll have so much coming up here, it'll be in giant mountains, so I like to use a block to level it out so it doesn't overwhelm the stepper. But the steps work better if there's product coming through. So you've got to sort of keep it a fine balance, because if it's piled too high, it won't shake it loose. Thank you, I pride myself on being a neat builder. I play a lot of these types of games, and I really enjoy them. I love the Terraria aesthetic of this game. But without the threat of death, like in Oxygen Not Included. There's a little bit too much material up here now, so it's falling back into the pit, but that's okay. For some reason, the conveyor's not all the way to the gold pit. And this will sort of be the catch pit. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be enough. There's going to be a huge pile of residue until we get the flamethrower. And I need to block off that before we lose all that water. Because I already know the game, I might lay out the foundations for the next piece of technology we need. Until we upgrade the grabber, it's very painful to move stuff. But eventually you get a very large square. I might make this conveyor belt just a little bit longer. We don't want that sand yet, until I can move it with the grabber. Last time I got really stuck against this mountain, so I'm going to try and make sure it's not in the way. Don't really need that. Okay. We don't have the technology needed to build the rest. But eventually we'll have to process this residue. And we get secondary gold from it. The filter. We need the filter. I don't think I ever used the flare gun. But we'll get it. There we go, I used it. Where'd all the light go? It's not like we need the sand. We're about to finish that shake it baby objective. Oops, I put a launcher right in the center here. That's no good. Let's just find the edge of this descent. A few more to shake out. Let's just make sure it hasn't fallen apart while we're not looking. Hey, we're dropping a lot of extra residue down there. It's because we've got this other shaker here, but it will all move faster once I get the ability to burn it. And we've finished that objective. Unlock the next tier. We need to save up 400 for the flamethrower. The link is ready. Meow, nice pace. Additional tech tree routes approved. It's also time to start thinking about your water supply. I've tagged the location of some ancient boiler ruins on your map. Exploring them after you've unlocked the flamethrower might give you ideas on how to get cave water flowing to your factory. Dry sand is running out, that's fine. We've got enough now for the flamethrower. Now the sand displaces the water, so if I make it rain right now, we will lose water down the cavern. I have prior knowledge on that. Ah, that's a good point. Yeah, just cover the launcher with a sand block. It'll catch up when we run out of sand. This one was just a tester, a placeholder. Alright, we got the flamethrower. Let's go and check out these ruins. These ruins show a natural system for collecting water from caves. Boil it into steam and let it rise. Once high enough, it condenses into rain. Use blocks to direct the steam and create a natural rain catcher. Yes, we shall. You can also make ducts with these that are diagonal. So if you go like that, that's not the way I was going to do it. That's it. Like that. We don't need to do anything too fancy to catch this rain. We'll do a little bit of it to satisfy mission control. No, don't do that. Stop. I sort of want it on this rock face. Let's see if that works better. I think that'll work good. Almost worked our way through all of that sand. And look at it all. Alright, what next? Cryoblaster lets us make water. The kinetic press is what we need. So I'll let this grow into a massive pile. We'll go and try and find some of this special mineral. Fluxite. Can't get through that yet. We can get through this. But all this water will be a pain in my backside. Oh, that's not ice. That's indestructible rock. Seems very slow. Maybe I'm just used to the upgraded ones. It's the shaker, I think, yeah. Slowing it right down. We can now burn all these vines out. Ah, here it is. You come to your upgrade menu. Got it. Take the material scanner so we know what we're dealing with. And digging speed. I'm going to be doing it manually for a little while yet. Put some water over here. And eventually you can pick up liquids and gases, but not yet. And we want to seal this off. Now I can afford to cook this, because it will refill our basin. That will do for now. A broad shovel, we'll take that one. I don't know where the scent... we'll just keep going down for a minute. Join this up so the water doesn't leak down. Water won't travel through your conveyors. Follow the prompt. We mustn't be able to do that yet. Hey Gleb, how you going, mate? Sleep is for the weak. And the flesh is weak. How much gold do we have? 600. We need 1,000 for the cryoblaster. And I need a decent amount here for the burner belt, which lets us process that residue. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Ooh, we need to dig it. Do you dig it? Can you dig it? How's water level looking? Decent. For some reason, dirt is falling down, so this is not in a good place. I must be grazing this wall here. We'll deal with that later once we see how deep this pit is. Okay. You had a fever dream about the red circle being part of Cerberus. That's pretty cool dream, man. I do love a bit of Mass Effect. Well, now that you mention it, Shroud did have a bit of elusive man to him, didn't he? Like, he was a gentleman, but a complete psychopath. Like, just how much he respected BB was interesting. We can remove all these later. Oh no, don't lose the water. I can never work out how to do it properly. There we go. Yeah, I was about to say that cool dream, man. I barely dream anymore, so jealous. But I also never sleep, so I guess that's probably why I never dream. Oh no, not Snow. Stay away, Jon Snow. Okay, that's actually ice. We have to dig it up first. it'll turn into snow, and then we have to melt it. Or it will turn all the water into ice. Just trying to soak all that water up so we don't lose it down the cavern. We can almost make our own water, but it's a bit tedious to spray the cryo blaster and then melt it. You'll see later on that that becomes your main method of making water. And that's how I lost all my water before, down this little channel. But I didn't see where it was going because I just blasted, let the water go down there, and then went, oh no, it's gone. I think we need rockets or a gun. Yeah, a gun. A much needed vein of fluxide. That one's going the wrong way. We'll see if we can go into that little chamber before in the temple now that we have the cryo gun. So I want to set it up like that. Yeah, that's a lot of residue, bro. Okay, so what I want to do now is start the building. Now this is a filter. You can set it to let one specific resource fall through or block one and all fall through except the one you want to keep. So we're dealing with eventually burnt residue. Because we don't want impurities in this batch. The next one I need to build is a kinetic press, which burning residue falls and it hits the plate. and get smashed into gold. Somehow. So just a check of the filter. So all others except... we don't want sand going through there. We want burnt residue. You have to set it the condition before you place it. As I said, once we're able to burn this residue, this won't be a problem. I could burn it now with the flamethrower, but I like the big pile. I want to set it off as one giant bonfire. It must be the rocket for this one. You have to use one of your tools to try and melt the ice, but it doesn't let you use the flamethrower. What's this here? Ice. At this stage, the biggest contaminant we'll have is snow, because it will freeze our tailing pool. But if I melt it down here without a condenser, it'll get stuck. So there's no point. Okay, let's work about getting this stuff out. A lot of blocks in here stopping the movement. Yeah, tiny little fragments can stop entire conveyor belts. I think I need to move it over one square. And then I need to raise the conveyor belt. Okay, good. Another shipment of this precious sand. Now, if the cave floods again, I will have a little wall here to stop all the water from going out. But it means I have to move this stuff manually. How much money do we have? Maybe we could buy the swarm. We can. Swarm is pretty useful in the early stages. What am I going to put it? Number 7. So you just paint what you want moved. Your handy little bots. This reminded me of Factorio. Having the swarms of seeker drones moving everything for you. The thing that balances this is that when you paint something and then set the drop-off zone, he can barely move. Very slow speed, so you can't just go pick all that up and then go up to your base because it takes forever. It's just for short range movements. Or you can spend the time to travel. I don't want this to freeze out pool up the top. Because little icebergs will form on the top. Let's go and check out the chaos. What have we left behind? Massive mountain of... Yeah, it's now too tall. Let's make it bigger. I like really spacious designs. I know that some people like to build their bases really tight. But this gives me room to move. And then for now, anything that gets through, I will just catch in a little box. Whether that be snow or whatever, because for some reason snow doesn't burn when it goes over a burner belt. So you will have, if snow contaminates this, it'll be little specks of white all through it. That's why I try to dump my soil into water before it gets processed. Just to... Water tends to stop snow by making it ice. And then other heavier things tend to fall to the bottom as well. Like there's some snow there. We'll watch it happen. And then that'll create a platform that all the sand will pile up on. Satisfactory, yeah, very similar type of game. Satisfactory is a very good game. It's been a long time. It spent a long time in early access to get to that point, but some of its automation features are really cool. There is also something that happens. I need to get it. That did not do what it was supposed. This must be a bug. But occasionally, yeah, 1 pixel of snow or lava will start, like, burning away your water. I don't know where the snow particle is now. To soak up all the water. See there, that's what it should have done. Turned it to ice. Yeah, but sometimes when the water is being agitated by stuff falling into it, you'll get a bit of a bug happen. But you can also take advantage of that when it comes to lava because it makes steam. Yeah, it's still there, shithead. That's unfortunate. So this is where, to avoid this, you would put in a filter. And you want it to filter. Oh, you can't. You need... How would I do it? Ah, we block. That's right. We want to block snow. And everything else will fall through. No, that also didn't work. You can put them in front of the elevator vertically. Okay, cool. Thank you. So like, if I... Where is it? Filter. And then do I change it to wall segment? And then slot it in here? Yeah. Thanks for the tip, mate. Yeah, awesome. With those little pixels of snow, they will be the end of me. If you can grab one pixel there with your grabber and then try and catch it in the water. But still, it will be a pain in the backside. I think that's it there. It's ice, no? It's not a massive deal because this water's going to run out eventually anyway. So I will put that little filter further down the line. That will do. Fix up this conveyor belt. Yes, so it should fall into this pit with this filter here. And then I can just come and burn it off when it is a decent amount. Alright, let's go finish off our gravity well. I'll burn this stuff here just to get it out of the pit. And there'll be loose bits that didn't get burned. How much money we got? We've got enough here for the thermal buffer and the burner belt, so that's our next upgrade. Oh, the fire got in here. But look at it burn. It'll halve the amount that's there. Okay, the next thing we need is a burner belt. So if we provide heat through these thermal buffers, it will cook off anything. We have to add a fair bit of heat though, because it does use the heat up. Eventually when we find some lava, we can put some lava underneath it, and it will be able to heat itself up. These blocks do use up lava though, so lava is a finite resource until later on. So what I need to do now is put a block here to level it out. Got some steam trapped here. Let's get it nice and hot. It also spreads to all the other buffers that are touching it. So we're heating up this entire brick. I think there's a way you can cheese heating these bricks up. We want the conveyor portal. So we can then capture the heat off this fire. I'll show you. So the embers will heat those bricks up. And then I like to set up a second burner just to catch anything that doesn't get caught on the first pass, just before it drops through the gravity press. Sifting a giant pile of residue. This guy's pretty good at the job. Oh yeah, another good tip. Thank you, mate. It's just a little bit too high. That's the problem. So let's put a block here to level it out. It does make it back up though. That's the problem. Oop, wrong square. We need to put it here. That's also the wrong square. And we want to allow residue through. Oh, that was the wrong pile. There's a little speck of gold there we left behind. So it looks like most of the gold is gone by about here. So this is all redundant. But I don't want to mix it first, so let's not. And there's a couple of specks of dry sand in here. It means we've run out of water. Well, let's go and boil all this off. Let's upgrade our flamethrower, vapor blast, and range. That's better. Cook it. I don't have hydro sponge yet, that's fine. Okay, things are looking a bit neater now. Let's try and make this portal work. I think I have to block the line first before it'll let us build one of these. I think they go in the blue, out the orange. So then that's no longer required. Join the thermal buffers and unblock this. And I forgot to put a conveyor belt there. Now, because all those are joined, they should heat off the fire. It should be able to continue to stay alight. In theory. The temperature's going up. Temperature's going down. We'll see if it's able to sustain itself. The filter can be placed on top of the conveyor. Okay. And they'll just pass through like that. Okay. That seems to be working. When I'm able to supercharge this block with lava, it should just stay alight forever. Without using the lava. Well, I think it'll stay alight longer than it would normally. Let's boost it up. Get it up to about 400 and then leave it. Right, the next phase of our plan is to make gold from dropping the residue, but you also get seeds. So straight away we would just want to filter out the gold. No, we want it to go the other way because we've got a large void here we can use. For now, that will be a temporary gold storage. Then straight away I'll have more filters to filter out the seed. I should put that on my hotbar. You've got more than one hotbar as well, up to 5 of them. So for this one, I want, no, not the last place, we want to filter dry seed. What I should do is go Alt 2 to bring up the second hotbar, and we'll put all our tools on that one. So flare gun, flamethrower, cryoblaster. And then construction on this one. Construction and collection. Alright, next up, I think for now we'll just collect the seed. Till I figure out what I'm going to do with it. Okay, let's do a quick test run. I also need to flatten this out so it just doesn't all fall through in a massive pile. And we've done that wrong. That's where we test it. So a second source of gold. The byproduct is seed. We then need to find a way to moisten it to make it wet seed. How's our temperature here? Okay, the next thing I want to do is, in my last little run, I set this up as a water reservoir. I might do the same thing again. Assuming the hole is the same shape. Doesn't look like it is. Maybe. It's very small, actually. Yeah, there's a lot of rock in the middle this time. I could have sworn it was about that big. Maybe the seed does have an effect once you get off the surface. Alright. Not as large as I had hoped, but better than nothing. let's melt or burn off all the water. Now I have the cryo gun. I could fill it up with snow. Now we need to press 3,000 burnt residue to make the next tech level. Or you could just mine sand for the next 2 or 3 hours. Oh no, right in the hole. It's a bit fiddly to try and get the diagonals right. Well, let's try again with this water. Okay, let's go back in the hole. I must have set that filter up wrong. It's because it's underneath the level of sand, I think. Right, let's descend. Okay, let's uncork that little hole I made. This is self-regulating now. If it gets too full, it will fall back down into that pit below. Can't get through there yet. We can go this way. No, we can't. Indestructible, but the ice isn't. We burn this. Handy tip on the wall there. We'll pick up our first alien artifact. So if you find 5 of them, you get to upgrade one of your weapons. And you also get a personal point. So we're a little bit faster now. And our conveyor belt in the pool is wrong. That ought to speed it up a bit. I guess now we have to unleash the pressed. Get it done. Our next upgrade is the gun, which I think is unlocked in this tier. It won't use this many of them because it rarely gets far enough along. If there's any contaminants that fall through here and land there, it blocks the whole system. So yeah, putting that filter there, I think you really need it. Last time I just had an extra burner to make sure no unprocessed stuff got in there, but this seems to be working better. If it doesn't get burned, it'll cycle around again. And we can get rid of our first gold storage. We don't need that. Yeah, we're gonna make a lot of seed. A lot. That whole pile of residue is going to turn into seed. So I might shorten up that track a bit. how quickly this is filling up. We need to be able to spend it. 2/3 of the way through that objective. Not sure what I'll use this for, but we'll find a use. Now this residue pile will probably never get that big again. But I do like the thought of a massive silo. I guess what I could do is just make this gold storage for now. So our bank account will always be fluctuating because it goes out of the storage and back into it. But it means, I guess, technically we can fill it right to the top this way. Ideally, I want to be processing it in this room. And we've finished that objective. The next thing we need is the planter box. Put wet seeds to grow flowers, which yields gold and amethyst. Gun. Digger drone, the pyro dispenser that shoots out bursts of flame, the clearing frame for stuff that's sticky or underwater. Seed has a tendency to float a bit, so it can be hard to move. What do we want? Let's take the vacuum and then the planter box. Damn it. Let's go that. Okay. Let's go exploring. I don't want purple lights. I would like white lights, please. No material from this stone, unfortunately. some critters that light up the room. We'll burn their habitat. We have to grow 4,000 flowers. This was a bit of a roadblock for me the first time I played it, yesterday. Pick up this stuff. Oh, there's a tiny little brick here that can't be destroyed. What is it? It needs a drill. Man. Alright, instead I'll use it to level this sand. It should work. What's stopping us next? This thing. This conveyor belt's just a little bit too low. There's another one here. Hopefully we can blow it up with the gun. Yes. That little inanimate speck causing chaos on the line. Pretty sure that makes less sand when you do that. It seems to. Little blockage there, we managed to remove it. How's the water looking? Water's looking fine. Alright, fresh batch on its way through. We've got 5,000 gold to spend. Let's get spending. Planter box. Fluid pipes. And a clearing frame. Yeah, as suspected, it's a little bit full in here. Okay, the next thing we need to do is get it wet. How do we want this to work? So we've got access to pipes, the pumps, and liquid vents. So what we kind of want to do is make sort of a sprinkler system to douse these seeds in the life-giving water. I think there's some water here, if it's the same as my other playthrough. We need the rocket launcher to get through there. Thanks very much for the sub, Adela. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining our Sandustry. A nice little pit we've got here. Let's fill it with some water. I'll transfer the sand over to this handy cavern next door. We might have enough for an upgrade. Let's have a look. Expanded storage and hydro sponge would be really good. Digging speed would be really good. Let's make the swarm bigger and I'll start using that. And then expanded capacity. Hey, my drones do that. It's a perfect opportunity to do that. Get to work, drones. There's that water I was talking about. That's how fast you move when you've got this ability activated. So if you wanted to try and give an order on the other side of your base, it takes forever to get there. But when you have a full swarm, it's sometimes worth it. Okay, let's use this as a bit of a reservoir. That's a fancy word. We'll keep the crust on top. We could use this sort of like a geyser or a geothermal vent. I think we might do that. These things can get stuck too. If you give them a drop-off order and it's on top of another commodity, they can get stuck. I had a problem where I had liquid in a vat and they were in the middle of it and I couldn't get them out of it until I dumped all the liquid out of the container. Big mistake. And you can't give them another order until they finish the first one. If they have something in their inventory and they can't drop it, you can't cancel them. So yeah, that will need to be looked at, mate, if you're watching. Okay, yeah, we'll use this as a vent here. We'll make some rain. And then use the cryo blaster to fill it with snow. We have a ready source of water on the other side of the base, but I don't really feel like pumping it, so we'll use this. It does mean I'll have to come back here every now and then. But I'm pretty sure it translates 1-to-1 for water, so this will turn into exactly that much water. Okay. I just want like a rain machine. It should be on the steps, actually. Okay, so the water will drop down there. I probably want to filter everything. I want to let the water out. Can this filter do liquids? It cannot. But liquid might just travel through it. Let's test it. Now when this stuff's wet, it gets all clogged up and it doesn't move like it does when it's dry. Okay, next thing we need is a water supply pumped up to the rain system. This should act like a natural rain catcher because of its angle down the slope. But we don't want the water to go back in there. We'll give it a little hat. And let's test it. How much water can we make with this? If it seems feasible, I will put like a little fire machine to just keep cooking the snow. So far, so good. Then, right at the bottom of this pit, we'll build a pump. Just one pump. Likewise, if anything other than water falls in this pit that's a liquid, it can be pumped up as well. There's no filtering liquids. Not through a pipe anyway. And pipes cannot touch each other, so if you do a pipe layout and you try to run a different liquid and you want to cross pipes, you will get contamination. We'll start the dousing as soon as they come through, so we want more. I guess we just make it, do it all the time. This uses up water as well, so I will need to keep replenishing the supply. I do wonder if I add more intakes, will it be faster? Because it doesn't seem to be a flow rate, it just means, like if you've got a dropper, it'll make a drop if it's connected to water. Let's try 4 and see if it increases the output. Yes, it does. Okay, good. I don't think there's a way to tell what the flow rate is, but it's just like one drip every time it can have a drip. Probably don't need the step, but I will see how it behaves once it gets through here. Next up, we need to get... What do we need to do next? We need to put the flower planters in. And the flower planters, they grow like wildfire, literally. Especially when you add fire to them. Let's give it a couple of spaces here. At the moment, my filter is set up that if it's dry seed, it'll fall through. So that's not ideal. So how will I manage this? Maybe it needs to be on a filter as it comes through here, so that only wet seed falls through, and if it's dry seed, it'll stay up there until it's wet. Let's try that. Water will still fall through, that's good. And then gravity should let it roll down the hill. If it doesn't work, I'll get rid of the step. And we'll have like a chute. But then I would need this place full of water for gravity to suck it down. There's a decent amount of water in here now. Let's fill it up one more time. Let's try it. I'll let some through. A decent volume. Okay, that's working good. I don't want to obstruct my rainfall. Okay, we need pot plants, the planter box. So wet seed only. This is where, if the sprinkler system doesn't work well enough, you're going to have a lot of dry seed getting around. Yeah, that seems to be working pretty well. Water levels are good. We could probably... No, we won't. We'll leave that there. This needs to be pretty big, actually, because, like I said, wildflowers grow like wildflowers. We're just going to go higher. I like to build big. I said that before. Gives me room to scale. I think steam can still get out of a triangle piece. Let's have a look. Let's spend some of our gold. We have a fair bit. We want a fan for all our flowers, and we want a digger drone. One more test of our water system. Unfortunately, you can't just throw a whole heap of lava in there because snow turns lava to basalt or a similar substance. And the heating conveyor doesn't work on steam or water. Can travel through the planter box, good. I'm not going to be able to get the flowers out with this rain chute here. So I'll give it a few chances to get wet. If for some reason a dry seed gets through, it'll get stopped on this platform and get soaked. And then I need like a block here. No, that's not a good idea. I think this will work. Yeah, and so eventually when there's too much on the step, it'll move onto this conveyor and wait for its turn to get dropped down. And then I probably need some clearers just to force it in here. Because eventually it'll be too dense and the water won't be able to get out. So I'll just make this whole frame clearers. I think water can travel through them. They're much slower than a conveyor belt though. Well. How did that get in there? Is that floating to the top? I think it is. We need a filter. And yeah, that's one big thing. A wet seed floats. So the gravity idea might have to be the way to go. And we've got a clog already. It doesn't cost anything to build this infrastructure, so you can just spam it. I think we'll just have a whole row of these, just sucking it all into the lifter. Try and give the water a way to get out at every available stage. We've got too many sprinklers. Alright, let's close it up now until we can solve this. Because it's not being sucked out, it's backing up. Somehow water's making it in here. Because it's on the level, that's right. So I guess it has to step down. I'm confident this will work once we have the throughput. Definitely using up all the water. Okay, the next thing we need is a wet seed filter. Not in wall mode, in floor mode. And we need it to accept wet seed. And then any waste products will just go down the chute to be captured here. And we'll deal with them later. The rubbish dump. Now these things just go wild, wild flowers. That should start to take some pressure off this infrastructure here. Right, let's unleash the seed. There's no water left, it's all gone. We were quick to get through that supply. Now we've stopped making gold, which means we've run out of sand coming up from the mine. It looks like the gravity effect is going to be a better option. It's moving faster here now that there's a drain. Oh, there's a tiny little crack and the water's getting back in and stealing my snow. That's sneaky. You H2O. I was wondering how it was getting back in. Why is it? Oh, there's a little speck of water doing the same thing that was happening before. This time to the snow. And I can't move a little speck of water. We don't have the hydro sponge. We're going to have to do this a couple of times, I think, to give us enough in the water cycle. These drips are still getting back in. And now there's some in that catchment up ahead too. Oh, man. It's always the liquid. It gets everywhere. Well, I guess that stuff's not going to fall into the pit. I'll just clear it manually until I sort that out. That's annoying. Then the steam gets captured in there. So that's the flower bed. It looks like we're out of sand. Now we've grown nearly 1,000 flowers in that giant pot plant, but we can supercharge the growth process with one little trick. Using fire. Let's let this water out first. Some water here too. Don't you dare. It's going to grow out of the hole. Go away. So we don't want any flowers to get through these filters. There's going to be flowers everywhere. So it should just be steam. It's not ideal, but it'll have to do. Air doesn't travel through a filter though, it seems. Will that be enough to get my flowers through? Oh, it's in the wrong spot again. Fool! Well, let's try it. We need to be able to catch all the flowers. Hopefully this works. There's going to be a lot. Filters we want. Yes, we do. Towards the belt. Oh no. I need some steam underneath this, but we've got a rock bed. This might be enough room to have a steam generator. Let's have a look. Once I get another tool, I'll be able to expand this zone. When the flowers come into this room, they need to be steamed and dried out. I don't have the steam generator yet. That's the steamer. It cooks them for you. So we'll just keep constructing the building. This room I'm sort of designing to be automated on one side and manual on the other. But I'll show you what I mean when we've constructed it. Because this plot is going to make a lot of flowers. More than we can conceivably deal with. Once we've dried the flowers, they then need to be burned, and it makes some kind of fluid that you can then use for power. So eventually we'll need to turn this into a condenser. Any undried flowers? Alright, let's unleash the flame and see if it works. We might need a few more fans. And similar to the seeds, I'm just going to fill this with clearing frames in an effort to catch all the flowers. They are light. At the moment, I can't dry them, so there's no point going too in-depth. What do I need? I need my flamethrower. Let's start the fire. As the room is cleared, copious amounts of gold drops down. I forgot about the gold. Oh no. Filter. Gold. Forgot about the byproduct of this process is gold. Lots of it. We probably don't need the top fan. And I could tighten up these two. It's so full of flowers. And then the next process also makes gold. So there's many ways to make gold in this game. Gold comes from everything. Hello, mate. Sorry, I just saw your message. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad you're learning something. I haven't played a terrible amount of this game, but I'm pretty familiar with all types of these automation games and the logic behind them. So welcome. We're making stacks of gold. Stacks and stacks of it. Eventually we'll have so much gold that I won't be able to spend it all. This is just temporary. You can also melt gold down. It costs lava or magma to do, but it takes up half as much space. And you can feel like the dragon from Lord of the Rings, Smaug, or whatever his name was. Rivers of gold. That's a lot of flowers. Next up, what I meant about making this manual, eventually, because there's going to be a clogged up system here, you can just grab a stack of flowers and throw it on the left side. As an emergency clearance measure. I mean, eventually I'll come up with optimized ways of doing this. This is just jerry-rigging. Is it jerry-rigging or jury-rigging? I'm not sure. We're rigging. MacGyvering. You also have pretty decent English, mate. I totally understood you. I read something interesting about Brazil the other day. Is that you guys always refer to Australia when talking about the future. I think there's a famous sort of saying in Brazil where if you're worried about something, someone will say to you, "Don't worry, it's already happened in Australia, and they're okay." I hope that makes sense. What do we got here? There's an issue with our filters. That's not what I wanted, but it's working. I don't have access to dried one yet. It's not in my commodities. Yeah, we need to... We've passed the objective. More than 4,000 flowers were made in that little garden plot. We've got the advanced filter, which lets us select more than one thing. Drying and condensing with the steam dryer and the condenser. A rocket launcher for rapid digging. faster conveyor belts. We can unlock all of these because we have a stack of gold. So we got the corraller, which lets you capture little creatures, and the creatures have little perks and things that they do, like there's a water creature that spawns water continuously. Well, you guys are like our brothers on the other side of the world. You're welcome anytime. Every Brazilian person that I know has loved Australia, and vice versa. And if we capture creatures, then we can unlock other things. I'm going to scan for life forms. Anomaly detected. Tagging the coordinates. Get down there and report what you see. Investigate the anomaly. Now, they don't want us up here playing in the factory all the time. But now that we have condensing, let's put the steam dryer in and get to work blow drying these flowers. We already have some steam down here. Now I could either use these machines to slowly drag it into the conveyor belt, or I could use fans, but in my experience the fans don't push through the walls and they act funny. The next thing we need to do is put in proper filters. Alright, we now have access to the dried flowers, and we want to allow the dried flowers to continue on the belt, but everything else pass through. And that should drop the undried flowers down. In theory. Is it blocking the dried flowers? Yes, it is. Block the dry flowers and the wet ones will fall down. And so it should just be a rain of petals in this room continuously. And I like symmetry, that's why we have two sides to this room. So we'll help fill it up a little bit. And we're going to use copious amounts of steam. So until I can find a way to make it automatically, we'll have to pop back here every now and then to charge it up. But that was one batch of seeds, and look, they're still coming with the flowers. And then I think what I need to do here is have a launcher so that it launches all the dry stuff back to the center. And we'll just keep it mixing here. Agitate it. There we go, lovely. Now if I add some heat to this belt, it'll start cooking it all. But I might do it a fancy way. Okay, so what I'll do, we've got faster conveyor belts now too. So I might go back and redo the conveyor belt system. We're going to make this lava powered so I don't have to keep coming back and heating it up. The burner belts are very efficient in terms of heat use, depending on what you use them on. Alright, let's go find us some magma while this room fills up. Before we do that, we'll add some more snow. Maybe I need to find a way to divert the steam through here on its way up the range chute. I think it's going to get blocked. I don't think steam can pass through the flowers. But I could just put a condenser there now. I don't need it to get to the sky. Yes, it will get trapped there. Oh no, I set fire to the flowers. Oops. That wasn't my intended. Oh no. Our condenser's not ready. No, 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 don't lose the gas. No. Cancel. Oh no. Get back here. I don't have the upgrade to get it. Yes, I do. Whew. Like, we have no shortage of this stuff, but this actually lets us power batteries, so you don't want to throw it away. So we need to use a level 2 filter here on the wall to stop fluids and gases from getting through. How did that get out? Okay. And we'll use a faster launcher here because it's a bit slow. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's working really well. The uncooked stuff is moving its way back down to the bottom. And then we've got a bunch of liquids here that we need to process soon. Got some steam trapped here. We'll let it out. Got a rogue block. Delete that. Morning, Rufflegon. How you going, mate? Yes, started a bit early today. Had an opportunity. Didn't have many errands to do today, so I thought I would see the daylight hours instead for once. Oh, we've got steam working its way through the petals as they are pushed through. Maybe... Yeah, and it's because the fans are there, I think. Just aerating it just enough. I guess any trapped steam could be diverted into here, where we're actually steaming the flowers, drying them out. I said I was going to go cave spelunking before, and I'm still here trying to figure this out. What have we got in here? A bunch of steam. Yeah, it's escaped containment. That's what it is. Alright, so set to wall mode. We want to let wet flowers through. Allow wet flowers, but we also... How do I deny steam? Let's try it this way. We want to let water and steam through that. Nothing else. This one needs water and steam. Why is water not getting through? The advanced filters are very advanced. Trying to figure out. Edit the last place saved. Then gas. Oh, you need to tick it, I think. Yeah, what I wanted to do is go and get some lava. Some magma. Yeah, I know, right? Have you played it, Roffle? Gold from everything. Yeah, I think what I'll do, I will just put a condenser here. It's so much easier. Have I built them yet? I haven't built one yet. We'll let all the rain come back. And then that can just be a conveyor belt then. We need snow on top of the condenser. And then any excess steam can go in and steam that stuff. Okay, we need to put snow on top, but there's water in there, so it's going to misbehave. It's funny that I can't pick up water, but I can pick up steam. Alright, let's fill this thing with snow. Oh, the bottom of a conveyor belt affects stuff too. Okay, we'll fill up a little geothermal cave. Oh, that's good to hear, man. Yeah, I love these sorts of games. I already have another playthrough. I just restarted for the stream's sake. But I'm doing it a bit better. My other one was just spaghetti. And then excess steam can go in there. Very nice. I just need to trim that top of the mountain off so we can get even coverage of the steamer. Take some pressure off this here, put some in the manual side. And then go get ourselves some lava so we can start a grand fire. As well as find some more of this upgrade stuff. We don't have much money. We've got no sand coming in. This is all our stock available. Very quiet on this side. Water levels are looking good. We might be able to get this artifact now that we have the gun. Well, when in doubt, use a rocket. Nope. Oh, well that is easy, I think. I didn't realize I could fit up that little gap. 3 more to find and we'll upgrade one of our weapons. Gain max speed from launchers and conveyors. Now that we have some new kit, let's descend into the depths. We'll make it rain first. We have one order for about 50 metric tons of sand. We need to fill it. At the early stages, the rocket launcher is not so great. It does a decent job. But when you get the upgrade for it, you're firing napalm rockets. Three out of 5, and we'll take the movement speed. Okay, for downstairs in the depths, we need some new stuff on our belt. We want the rocket launcher. I guess we may as well use our drones while they're here. They will just drill in a straight line until they hit something hard, which is nearly everything but sand. And I've been pretty thorough. There's not much left on this side. We have to keep going down. Hover mode, yeah, once I unlocked it, I never took it off ever again. Later on, you can upgrade the ability to teleport, though, and that requires you to not be hovering. So that's the only incentive I had to stop hovering. And because it lets you go through all of your own structures as well, I can imagine without it, it would be pretty painful. You would have been climbing your own conveyors and stuff like that. Because when you're not in hover mode, I don't think you can phase through stuff. Yeah. So, I don't know why I'd take hover mode off. Fall to your death if you couldn't hover. I think I can capture creatures now. Let's do that. Capture these water bugs. The more you find, the more points you get in that upgrade tree. Burn the biomass. What do we got here? Lava! That's what we need. As I said, it's a finite resource. You gotta freeze it and then harvest it. Yeah, the rocket launcher is best for this. Then you take your vacuum. It's got 2 tanks at the moment. We've got an anomaly close by. We've got 2 vacuum tanks full of cinders. Something close to our south, or below us. Let's go and dump out this lava first, though. Once lava is above ground, you can actually carry it around with your grabber. But when it's below ground, it's too hot. Let's just make this the lava storage in the short term. I'll try and put it in here without spilling it everywhere. Not quite enough, but it will get the reaction started. Got some steam trapped in here as well. Get out of my vat. Okay, so then we need like a little spigot out to a condenser. But we've got enough space here for the moment to just let that burn until we figure out what we're going to do with it. Escapee seed. Oh, the seeds fall through those gaps too. That's unfortunate. I mean, it's alright at the moment. It's not dealing with much load. We've got some seeds over here too. Escapees. This thing seems to have been a self-perpetuating fire now. Use a portal to get it across so you can connect it all up, and the fire here heats up the whole block. Okay. Don't really need to use anything on that side. I think we just need to go back into the mines. What we can do is upgrade all the infrastructure, because eventually there'll be heaps of sand coming this way. Yeah, it's not effective enough to use like I was using it before. We'll just have to wait until we upgrade it. I was spamming napalm rockets everywhere. Okay, I might actually do it right here against the wall. Can we do that? Pull it off? Yeah. Yes, we can. Flamethrower, please. These vines are annoying. Got a key. Captured 2 lumlings, a spring-born creature that drifts through underground caverns, releasing water in regular bursts. None of that is useful to us yet, but the grappling hook would be useful. The rest of it's just cosmetic stuff or switches for fancy automation. We are nowhere near that. A fox. What did he say? There's an arrow this way. Let's just collect all the pink stuff first. So the first thing I want is a rocket upgrade, an extended magazine. Doubles the rocket explosion damage. Yeah, we want that. Oh, my conveyor belt's running straight through. What is a portal? This cavern has a fairly large roof, so there's going to be a lot of stuff falling down. If the pile is too large, it will be split by the conveyor, and then it will be able to throw two. Alright. Oh no, not red sand. Yeah, get away. We are not ready for red sand. Fool. That would just clog up everything. Let's put a filter in somewhere up here. Filter, I want to filter red sand. Absolutely not allowed. It's all going to fall down, and then I'm hoping that the red filter will stop it. And then I just want it to be moved, for now, to the back of this little alcove. So this all sand will fall down there and then get shot back up, except if it's red, and then hopefully red will just be thrown away. Get some lava. We had that artifact. What else can we find? Vacuum up that lava. Alright. Tidy up the thoroughfare. Let's get moving. We've got a little gap here too that we don't need. We've got another lumling there, making some water for us. So last time I played, I flooded this cavern by mistake. And like I said earlier, it was actually a happy mistake because it meant that I didn't have to then wash all my sand, because all the sand coming out of this mine was soaking wet. What's this mycelium puff? Yeah, it is. What's that? Red sand. No thanks. What have we got here? Ice? Frostbed, yes. What is this? Incoming uplink. What is this place? It doesn't match anything in our archives. I will relay the findings to the Archon. Retrieve the orb so that it can be sent to the Sentinel for analysis. Then expand operations to Factory Tier 5. Condense Florin into Florinol, which will give us battery power. Ooh. Time distortion. There's quite a large amount of water here. And we need to use the flamethrower for that job. We'll need to build a short-term condenser here just to get rid of all this. When I run low on water, I might pump this stuff out. We need a drill to break the stone. We don't have a drill yet, but it won't be long. Let's capture our little friend here. We have 3 of those little fellas now. Let's activate this mysterious object. How do we do that? Just take the key? Yeah, that makes sense. This is a portal to the top side. Let's use an array of stuff. This is quite a large cavern with heaps of dirt and red sand and copper. The only thing we're interested in is sand at the moment. But it won't be long until we need red sand. And I've actually already set it up. Or half of the industry for red sand. We did that at the start, when I was all mysterious and said this will come in handy later. We have a couple of filters up the line, so the red sand shouldn't contaminate much. But if it does, we'll know about it, because it'll be everywhere. If I can find one more artifact, we might be able to upgrade the rocket launcher. That looks like it might be a secret. Let's head towards it. Red sand is also harder to dig through, so I prefer to just blow it up. Ooh, another critter. This guy makes red sand. There was, yeah, one of them. A red weaver. Well, it's going to help us wash the sand. No, it's not, because it's going to the wrong place. Let's make sure the conveyor belt is going to block it off. We got here? Moon crystal. I think that makes some bouncy pink stuff. They literally bounce everywhere. What do we want for this? We want the Coralla. A void grazer. Converts void husk into void juice. Looks like we've run into copper. Come on, I just need one more artifact. That would be lovely. Then we could really speed up the mining process. We have to dig our belt out first. It's a decent hole. What's that little symbol over there? Let's check here. Blocked by copper. Let's try and get around it. Looks Looks like we're in a geode of copper, judging by the shape. Yeah. Fully contained. That's probably why it was glowing. The crystals inside. What about up here? More copper. Unlike Terraria, you don't have to worry about getting murdered by... Oh, hello. By big scary eyeball things and other mysterious creatures from beyond the veil. I keep forgetting what I need. The corolla. Generates energy when sitting on a power brick. Okay. I don't think I found those ones before. It's like I am Groot, guys. Oh, there's another one. What's this one? Is that the Void Grazer? Yeah, Void Grazer. Nice. Well, it's not helping my artifact discovery, but we found some monsters. Ah, even more. There are life signs on this planet. Look at that, I dug up right next to a lake and didn't even know it. Alright, let's try going down. Look at this mountain. It can't get through the large obstruction, but I don't want to dig out the red sand, so we'll just let it go like this. Try and speed it up a bit. Oh, look at this, an arrow blocking the entire walkway. We better go and check on the factory. We haven't been up there for a while. We've got an obstruction here on the line. One little pixel blocking everything. And we need to upgrade the infrastructure all the way, but up to the top. Why is that bouncing? Pile of sand is bigger than our reservoir. Okay, upgrade. This will put some pressure on the whole factory if I do this, but we'll do it. We better start spending some gold. We've forgotten about that. What can we buy? Recon drone, hauler drone, so you can set up little logistic lines. Let's make some room in our treasury. And the first batch of fresh seeds is on the way. So we're going to have this problem with the water backing up. Oh, it should be okay. The water level seems to be manageable. We'll deal with it if it breaks. If it ain't broken, don't fix it, is what they usually say. We're going to have to make some rain before we go back down. Some dry sand will make it through if we don't get that water filled up. There's a lot of sand coming up. Can our little step handle more sand? Oh, it's just like skipping the silo. It's too powerful. Then we need to speed up this one. I'm getting ahead of myself again. We don't need that yet. It's a shame it doesn't pick that up. We might need some more fans in here. It's like the room's just a little bit too big for these fan systems. Can I do more? They can't overlap. Now that steam's not going up there, perhaps I don't even need this filter. Alright, let's burn it and see what happens. This will give us some easy gold. Now the wind is too powerful. There's way too much in here, and we are not drying it because there's no more snow. Let's see if this little plan works. The excess steam should go past the condenser. When I'm able to drill the rock out, I'll be able to have a little vent so that it is underneath the flower section. How did that water get in there? That's frustrating because I can't pick water up yet. We need to spend that research. Now we can pick up water. It's time to start venting all this gas. Okay, how am I going to do this? We want we're going to need a lot of gold storage because that's a lot of flowers. So I'm going to have another gold storage here. This will be another temporary one until I figure out where my major storage is going to go. Actually needs to be higher than the cap of this tank. So we can have a spigot to let the gas out. Then we need a condenser. Then we need storage for a lot of snow. Yeah, haven't had any problems with massive bases. There's been no slowdowns on my PC. Granted, I have a fairly new one, but the only time I've seen it really slow down was when I made a giant vat of snow, like, I think 4 times this size, and then I torched it, and the Steam pixels just went mental. But it didn't really slow down. I haven't had any performance issues whatsoever. Sorry I'm a bit slow on the reply to that. I've been fixated on this. And I shouldn't have done that, but it is what it is. We'll just let it out. It needs to be free of water. So goodbye. And then put a roof on before it rains again. It feels really well optimized, if I'm honest. Okay. Fill it with snow. Jon Snow. I totally get what you're saying, man. That's one of the biggest things with automation games is that once you really want to scale into the mega bases, which is what we all want to build, it can slow to a crawl. I had a problem with that game I played last week or the week before called Star Miner. Really fun game, plays like Eve, out in space, building your own space stations and collecting resources. But as soon as I built a mega 1 million ton station, the game was not able to satisfy my ambitions. I mean, that also was in early access, but I totally relate to what you're saying. Okay, now we need a whole heap of gold collection because that's a lot of flowers. We need to have it so it doesn't flow backwards. We want an advanced filter. I mean, the gold catchment acts as a filter, but I'm not going to rely on it. We're making a liquid now. And it's called florinol. We do not want it to go down there. And then next to it, I need to have quite a large building, if you want to call it that, to store all the florinol, because it actually creates a battery cell. It's a liquid battery cell. It doesn't hold much charge, but we're going to make a really big one. mean, it doesn't need a conveyor belt because it's going to be liquid, but anyway. Do I have the ability to research it yet? No, I don't. Can we buy it with gold? No, we need to make the florinol before they'll let us research it. Oh, we've got it ready here. I need to put a roof on this in case something happens and the gas escapes. Are we getting to the edge of the map? You can see one of the monsters. So don't go too far that way. You're from Japan. Hello. Ohayou gozaimasu. I'm from Australia and I've had a lot of contact with people in my life from all different walks of life. So I've had a lot of time to tailor my speech to be able to be read by everybody. Or I should say understood, not read. That's poor English, isn't it? Why are you not dropping your flowers? Oh, that's right, we didn't set up a correct filter. So we want to block everything. We want to block wet flowers. No, that's not right. We want to block dry flowers. Yeah, we've got a bit of a backlog here. Oh, we have a reservoir of steam finally. We just have to let the gas out for this to continue. Okay, there's a roof on this. This is going to be one very large battery cell, and we're probably going to fill the gold reservoir up. We could make it a trickle, or we could make it a flood. Let's do that. Oh no. Is it working? I believe it is. We only need like a tiny little gap. And we also need a gap here so the liquid doesn't flow back into our tank. Pixel, oh no, we're losing some gas. Catch it. Oh no, I just let it loose in the wrong chamber. There we go. Coffers are filling up again. I might even burn this gold. Melt it. So it doesn't take up so much space. What do we need to melt it? We need thermal blocks. A thermal buffer. Then we need the foundation. And eventually I'll drill it out. My handy vacuum should have some lava in it. It does. That tank is empty. Let's go for the second tank. And then the best thing about it is you can then pump the gold out and it's much easier to move. But I don't think you can condense it down to gold, solid gold again. Is that everything I need? Yes, it is. Let's flame on. We just started a fire in the next chamber. That's alright, it needs to be in there anyway. Might help burn out some of that. I messed this up. No.
Okay, can I do that to every single one now? That should work. Yep, we're starting to burn it now. I'm going to open up the spigot a little bit. I was saying at the start of the stream, mate, that this game feels like a mix between Oxygen Not Included, Terraria, and Factorio. You visited Australia as an exchange student. Nice. I didn't have an exchange student at my place, but I did do Japanese in high school, and we spent a lot of time with the exchange students that came. I bet I would have loved to travel to myself. I never got out of the country for that. Look at all the pretty petals. Which state did you visit when you came as an exchange student? Do you remember? Did you stay in Queensland? New South Wales? Some of our gold is trapped. We need to cook. So we're making the florinol. We've made nearly 10,000 units of it. Nice and easy. When you know what you're doing. I didn't necessarily know what I was doing in my last save. Gold Coast. That's exactly where I'm from. Beautiful part of the country. What a small world, hey? Why is that not heating? It's not in contact with the buffer. Let's upgrade it. We will go through lava faster, but it will work much better. I just dropped a few cinders into the room. Don't set those on fire. Oh, I just realized we could use the vacuum to pick up loose things. Like those cinders that are around here somewhere. We've got a flower gun. Yeah, the Gold Coast is in the sunny state of Queensland. I'll take some pressure off manually. This is why I built the left chamber, so I could do this. I saw how many flowers were around before, and I was like, I'm not falling for that again. I guess you could build lots of little planter boxes so it's manageable, but I just love the swarm of petals. Like the cherry blossoms. Just everywhere. Whoop, we don't want to catch the water. What is in there? Seedling. Persistent little weed. What is that? Still a seedling. Stop growing, man. It's actual weed. Ah, Go away. It keeps coming back. Persistent little life. While the rest of the chamber's just burning. Oh, so yeah, he was expecting summer and he got winter. Yes. I used to work in the hotels in Surfers Paradise, which is the main city on the Gold Coast. And that was quite a common thing. From anyone that visits the Southern Hemisphere, they get a rude shock when they step off the plane, unless they are prepared. Where I live, though, the ocean isn't too cold in winter. But it would give you a rude shock if you weren't prepared for it. Alright, let's help this thing settle. Alright, we've done the 10,000 florinol. Opening up the next tech tree. We have the florinol battery. The snowmaker. The drill, that's what we need. But we need energy to use the drill. And the void rift. Important. I've got so much coin, let's spend it all. A smelter for melting down, which we can do to the gold now. The flux emanator. That lets us harvest this fluoxetine stuff. I think fluoxetine's a medicine, actually. This is called fluxite. Recall shard. I don't need to teleport. And the laser, but the laser needs a very large battery. We got 2 quests. Good news, the Sentinel has finished analyzing the orb. The research unlocked lets you open a void rift and harness void essence to create void elements. Good news, basic viability requirements have been fulfilled. It's time to see if this planet can support self-sufficient energy production. Acquire batteries, charge them, and use the energy to power advanced tools and machinery. Reach a peak of 100,000 energy. That's a lot. That is a lot. If you try to do that with this this flu battery, you're gonna just take up the whole map almost, trying to get 100,000 energy from these batteries. And that's what I tried to do in my first playthrough. I since discovered that a solid state battery made of copper holds 500 times more energy than this liquid battery. But the liquid battery can be charged up with fire. So it's quite interesting. Why are my burners not working so well? We're just bringing too much uncooked stuff. Is there? Oh, we're out of steam, that's why. Steam. Does that mean we're almost out of water too? It does. Alright, let's place down the battery so we can start getting some charge. When it's a liquid, it has 16 units of energy per brick, if you want to call them that. So we'll just make this thing the battery. There we go. So we have 10,000 energy already. Decent. Stands to reason if we fill this up, we might get close to the 100,000. And I need to drill this out. So now that we have the drill, and now that we have some energy, I can use this. It's very slow, but it gets through unbreakable stuff. and upgrading it too is a necessity. Because you're not making progress with this thing, you're just opening up a new door, maybe. And it uses a lot of power, comparatively, for its destructive power. Try and get some equilibrium in here. Like I said, you can discharge your battery up again by using a flamethrower, so there's no worries about spending the power. Just when you're deep mining and you run out, you have to come back. Unless you set up a flamethrower turret to keep setting it on light, that might be the go. And we need to drill this out too. Almost out of energy. Having trouble with this rock, it must be unbreakable. No, it's not. It's taking a bit more effort. Alright, out of power. But what you can do is just set it on fire. But if it's falling when it gets used, it goes solid. So it's best to wait for it to fill up a decent amount before you start using the battery power. The lava beneath the gold reserve is so that I can heat the gold, because when you smelt gold and you add a smelter to it, like this, I hadn't yet done it, you can then melt the gold, which takes up half as much space. Because eventually you're going to get to the point where gold is just everywhere and you won't have anything to spend it on. So I like to melt it down. And as you can see now, it's turning into liquid gold. I don't think you can recondense it, but I haven't tried. This game does have goals and quests. We've got to basically get the factory to top level, and every time you unlock a tier and follow the objective, you get new technology and stuff. The next tier, after we get the 100,000 power, will be a quest to go looking into the mines to look for stuff. And you've got to fight like, I don't know if you'd call it a boss, but it's a thing you have to fight. And I wouldn't really call it a fight. It's like, it's a thing that just creates soil, and you have to quickly stop it from making soil before it envelops you. I've kind of messed it up by using the drill while it was filling up. So we will try not to use any more power until this place is full. Actually, it'll be quicker if I do this. Okay, maybe it won't. It'll just float there. Oh, damn. Okay, that's unusual. It's like my sky has measles. Melting gold down using lava, though, is very, very intensive, and you will use up lava very quickly. Oh, that's the wrong block. We don't want that one. We want the thermal buffer. Okay, it looks like we've run out of substrate, so we need to go down to the mines again. And we are still on the lookout for one or two more artifacts. Better put some light in here for the viewers at home. I always get in trouble for not lighting my levels enough. I could have used a portal, but then I wouldn't have done the lighting. Alright, that should be enough for now. Let's get blasting. We've got some handy water here in the mine already. I must have flooded it somehow. But that's good, it helps wash the sand. We can start collecting red sand now too. That's okay. I just have to go up and plan a filter for it. And also remove the filter that I've already put in the line down the bottom of the mine. Okay, that should be enough to keep our stuff working. Aha, found you. That's okay, we can delete that one. Thought I had another one here somewhere. I must have deleted it. That's good. Alright, red sand. Oops, that didn't work. So we want to allow only red sand. Yes, only red sand. Before that stuff gets here, let's block the entrance. Okay, the next thing we want is a void rift. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Well, I'm about to show you. Here it is. Bending space-time to bring some mysterious object in here. That didn't work for me. Try again. I just want something to split the seeds. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult because it's not an evenly spaced room. So this makes some kind of weird space plant. The next thing I need is a convenient little portal. Where is the portal? Conveyor portal. I'll make it too high. Okay, next up, I need a filter. Just a standard one. Then we remove the block. And I want, what is it called? Blue stuff, void petals, to fall through. Okay, let's test that. Or maybe, I know this is, I'm going to start again. It'll have to stay that way. They're not long enough range for my liking. But that just means it's got to be a very narrow chute. Okay, we should be able to open this now. And it failed instantly. Man. Close the breach. Okay, so we want to let red sand through. That's it. And then everything else should just go on its merry way and continue down the line. Do we have any red sand available? Red sand's heavier than normal sand, so it tends to sit at the base of the pile. I don't have the patience to split it before it's fed up to the main line, so we'll just leave it like that. But we'll get some in to start the process. Beautiful. But we've got an issue here. Some backflow. And I want it to be edit the last placed, void petals only. Apply. So now nothing should fall backwards. And once we bust this, these aren't as prolific as the normal flowers. What is that called? Void petal. Man, I'm not doing very well with these filters. I could have sworn I said that properly. Void petals. Only. Okay, now we want to do some fancy stuff. We want a launcher, Mark II. Well, I think it's fancy anyway. And we need another brick of conveyor. Okay, so what happens here is red sand comes in and it's mixed up with the void petals and then it makes void bloom, which then needs to be, it's like a crystalline structure. So that's why I built this little funnel so that you can put your right there. And then we're going to set up a filter which has, what was it, void bloom only. But first, how do I do this? Void blooms only. And then I want the stuff in the center of the room to be pushed to the edge so it can be agitated. So if there's red or blue in there, it will mix and make purple. And then it will be fed down the chute, and when it touches this emanator, it starts to crystallize. And so you're making a crystal garden here. And as long as you have a gentle amount of it touching at all times, it'll keep growing until this whole place is full, and then you just rake in the research points. So let's get our handy shovel. And you can see here, you just chip away. You can go and down to the mines, start working on getting a real quantity of red sand up here, and then before you know it, you've got heaps of research points. And later on we can use this blue stuff for another process to make some juice. But we've got some dry sand making its way through here, which means we're running out of water. We need to make it rain. Which means we need to start working on water production in earnest. Look at some moon hops. This is what you collect to make the juice. I haven't got anywhere to store these yet. They bounce and they don't like water. They get agitated when they're in water. What will I do? Let's put a little box here. But if you mix it with the blue petals, you get some kind of juice substance. Right, let's go downstairs and set up some water production. Okay, where is my little animal machine? Here it is. I've got to put these guys in here. Actually, I'll keep... They're going to release water slowly. And then I'll put 2 over... Oh, the void petals are in. No. And I'll put 2 in here. Then we don't really need snow anymore. Oh, that's battery juice. So we melted down all that gold and now it's taking up, what, 1/4 of the space it was? Alright, let's go and fix that little production hiccup we've got here from all the dry sand getting in. There's only a tiny bit of dry sand, but it was blocking the shakers because it does nothing on it. And now we've got water, moon petals, all sorts of stuff coming in here. Contamination. Oh, okay, I see what I've done. We don't want this to be a conveyor. We want it to be just a wall for it to fall through. Let's try again. If you spread the seeds out better, it grows better. Yeah, we're getting contamination from that. You see our little crystalline structure is growing nicely. Oh, I can see why there's no there's no way that the dirt's going to shake out when it's got that much backlog of gold. How did I not notice that? We made some void juice by mistake as well. Right, sifted. Still not working. We need to wait for this backlog to clear out. Okay, this is where we need to start using some logistics. We set up a hauler drone. We have 5 available. So it's going to drop in this storage here. And we'll give it 5 drones. And they'll just keep going back and forward. Gold everywhere. At this point, I could probably start melting it down too. Right, that little hiccup has been solved. Let's mine some of this stuff so we can level up. And then we upgrade the rocket launcher and we just go downstairs and go ham with it. Extended magazine, that's what we want. How is wet sand getting in here? I see. I see. My poor little drones just can't work fast enough to empty that. Alright. Just let it sort itself out. There we go. And then what I'll do is I'll drill through here when I'm able to, so that we can flood the mine, and then all the sand that comes up will be soaked no matter what. But it's rocket time. This stuff is the moon hops that was making the juice. Why would you want to mine any other way? The rockets can't blow up copper, you need to drill that. Or laser it. Just in case it goes down a ravine. It does. My infrastructure is not going to be able to handle all this sand. Bringing it all. So now we don't need this little shunt. So let's fill it up. When we eventually start mining copper, that's where it's going to go. Just upgrading the drones so we have more of them. And that's right, I was going to turn this into a smelter as well. I did that wrong, I put too much in. It should melt through it pretty quickly. What have we got going on here? Is there like one seed breaking it? There's no water, that's why. And as per my rules, it won't drop dry seed. But theoretically, you should not let any steam in there. Then I think I'll put this here as well, just to make sure. Well, that didn't work, did it? I said no. Steam. But it's still sending it. Try again. Now, it's a closed circuit, so I need to make sure I keep filling this up. Okay. I think we'll work. Let's set fire to the flowers and see if it still all works. So we got fresh seeds on the way. Heaps of steam caught here. Oh, now we've got leaking gold everywhere. Whoa. Somehow it leaked out the top of that because I didn't put a lid on it. Don't know how it got up there. Where did all the water we make? There's probably not enough surface area there for the condensation to happen fast enough. I wonder if this would be more efficient having thermal buffers between the snow and the condensation. Yes, it can use a thermal buffer. Maybe this will be more effective. We got a bit too much going on in here. Troubleshooting. Maybe I should bring all my little water bugs this way. It's a shame you can't do these filters diagonally. Because I kind of need one on this ramp. Let's test it. Allow only water? That works. So now it's able to drain and not clog up and flood. Good. And we're not doing the right thing here. The overflow is full of dirt. Oh man, turn your back for 1 second. And it's because this side's out of water, I bet. Yes, it's out of water, just a bit. We got too much sand. I didn't have this problem last time because my place flooded, my mine flooded, so everything was wet when it got here. There's way too much sand going. through this system. We blew up half the cavern. Yeah, I think we need to stop production. It's a flood. This is our emergency overflow tub, and it's half full. Catches all the contaminants before they get to the flowers. I think we cleaned the mess up, mostly. We've got a little bit of gold to spend. We'll buy the laser, the locator, the copper mold for batteries, the energy siphon to charge batteries up, the steam turbine to create our own power, and the energy connector. Yeah, I think our rocket mining has overcooked our capability. The throughput is severely hampered. Oh, the bouncy ones. Alright, we need to sort some more water out. And one way to fix this in... I'm just going to copy what I did by mistake last time. I was like, oh, this laser looks pretty cool. Didn't realize there was water on the other side here. It uses a massive amount of energy from your batteries. And that's all we have time for. We spent all our liquid gold. We got some spare water here. Our water reservoir is actually now blocked by sand. We can start the machine again. How about we sift this sand so that it actually gets wet? We need a dam. It's about to overflow into my little hole. I definitely got too eager with the rocket mining. So much stuff here. Just going to put some back down the conveyor belt. There's a few fragments of dry sand still getting in there. Now the water's in the center, that should help us dramatically. That's more like it. It's working again. Well, at least by the time it gets into the middle of the factory, it's coming in pretty slow. That's what we want. That's manageable. Not enough power. So just setting fire to this substance will charge your batteries up. Keep running into this goddamn portal, it's in the way. Can unlock gates and signals now. I think that's outside the scope of this stream though. A bit complicated yet. Mini flood is going to pay dividends, I think. We won't have that problem ever again. Alright guys, I think that's all we have time for today. We made a good start, that's for certain. The next thing we have to do is obviously build up that battery size. That's just going to take time because we have to refine enough sand to turn it into, what do you call it? You call it residue, and then residue then becomes seeds, and then seeds then become plants, and the plants become flowers, and then it becomes juice for the batteries. So we just have to wait for that to process, and I'm not going to put you through all of that. It's going to take a little while. The next thing we have to do is build a solid state battery so that we can carry this 100,000 energy. And then the next stage is to set up some strange element. It's called aura. But if you want to see that, you'll have to tune into the next stream. I'm going to take a short break, and I'll probably be back in a couple of hours. Thanks for watching. If you've enjoyed this first look at Sandustry, make sure to hit the like button and hit the subscribe button because I cover new games of all different genres. Automation is but one. My name is Ty. I'll catch you later.